Alright, I'm back. For those watching this later, the reason I don't do a proper intro is because this was not a separate part of the playthrough. I'll still call it Part 3B for the sake of, I don't know, whatever. And then let's see if it fixed the music glitch where music wasn't actually playing during combat. Or I should say, exploration music was playing during ship combat.
Whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny.
Here we go. That's fucking better. Now that I know that that was what the issue was, let's actually exit out of the Animus and let's try harpooning again. Because maybe the reason the exploration music was playing over the top of the harpoon music was because of that glitch that happened. There should actually be a rule book that all programmers for all video games in the entire history of the rest of time have to adhere to certain general things, you know. Number one, on the mini-map, let the player mark where they want to go first and then have them fast travel, if they want to.
Kingston town with a heave-ho.
No, exploration music's playing. Looks like it's not a glitch in relation to this. This better not happen when I take on the legendary ships. Otherwise there's going to be a legendary Rod Rage rant. Alright, so let's test first to see if... it's now going to glitch. Maybe trying to do the harpooning is what causes the music for exploration to play over the top of battle music. In which case I'd have to end the fucking stream again, because when you're streaming from the PlayStation console, they've programmed it so that your stream actually stops when the game gets closed down. Something that Xbox doesn't have happen anymore for the past few years.
Sailormen, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather, boys. Stop.
Hey, Waffle, dude. That's amazing. Thank you so much for the 40 months in a row. That's excellent, dude. You're just waking up? Nice. I hope you had a great rest, dude. Yeah, Waffle, I'm doing a music-only playthrough. So I've got the sound effects and the dialogue down to 0. And any music that I haven't heard before in the playthrough, I'm just letting play without talking over it. But any music that I have, we just not worry about it. Just having some issues with the harpooning and the music, because there's a glitch where the music for exploration also starts to play for the music that plays when you're harpooning a target. So that pissed me off. And there was also a glitch where the exploration music was playing over the top of, was replacing ship battle music, and I found out that was caused to a glitch, so I had to shut the game down, which in turn on the PlayStation turns your stream off automatically. And doing that actually fixed the glitch where it would play exploration music instead of the boarding the ship music and the battle music, but it didn't fix the issue with the music playing over the top of the the harpooning music, so that was annoying. I'm just hoping it doesn't do the same thing for the legendary ship music, because I want to get the music for that in this playthrough as well. That's okay, Waffle. That's no worries at all, dude. I hope you're enjoying your well, you've got lack of coffee. Well, hopefully you can get some coffee into you, Waffle, and have a great morning. But thanks again, dude, for the 40 months in a row. Really, really appreciate it. I hope things are going well for you. I'm going to take on the legendary ship soon. I just want to get my ammunition full up, just in case it's not full. I love the whistling in this. Well, the bit of the music I was gonna mention just stopped. Waffle, we'll be making some soon, and no worries, you went live for the first time in 2 years the other night. Plan to do it again soon. Oh, you did? Oh, that's great. That's awesome, dude. How did it go? How did it feel as well to be back streaming again? All right, so now let's go and take on a legendary ship to get the music that plays. Depending on which one it is too, I'll actually fight it to destroy it as well, to get the music from successfully defeating a legendary ship.
Nancy Dawson, hey ho! Where am I to go? Sally Brown, she's the gal for me. Hey boys, out down, just here. A poor old man came riding by, and we say so. Oh, was I was going. Well, heave him up and away. Dreamed a dream the other night. Oh, do me, Johnny Boker, come rockin' on me. Did you ever see a wild goose? Now you're ready to sail for the way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Early in the morning. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Early in the morning. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Early in the morning. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Early in the morning.
Waffle, streaming felt great, was extremely nervous at first, but after about 20 minutes you were fine. That's awesome that you were fine after that, because the other thing is too, like, I imagine, because in a way, like, you know, the process of actually getting your streams ready and setting things up and doing all that is definitely like a process as well. and a routine and all that kind of stuff in and of itself. And I get a small sense of that if I, go away. Like for Christmas last year, I actually went away, so I wasn't streaming for a couple of weeks. And even after a couple of weeks and then coming back to streaming, there's that kind of like trying to get comfortable back in your shoes again kind of thing. So yeah, I couldn't imagine what it would be like if you haven't for, a couple of years as well. But that's great that after that first 20 minutes you felt a lot better as well. I've actually been thinking lately of reducing my stream days as well as we get closer towards the end of the year. I was thinking maybe the start of next year, but I'm starting to think now it'd probably be better just to ease things down into that as well. And I've also been contemplating stopping doing Tomb Raider and Assassin's Creed streams as like a regular part of the channel. So I'm thinking in the future to make it that I only play the Assassin's Creed games once a year, maybe twice if I'm doing like an anniversary playthrough for one of the games. But for the rest of the year and the other times, I just play other games on the weekends. Same with Tomb Raider as well. Been thinking about that. So as we get closer to the end of the year, I probably will start to do those things as well. Because the more I think about it, I don't need to be streaming 7 days a week. It's not something that I have to be doing. I mean, it never was something that I had to be doing. No one's standing over me saying you must do it 7 days a week. But the more time goes on, I'm starting to feel like, yeah, it's probably time to not do 7 days a week anymore. But I still got a lot of games to get through this year, so I don't think I'll be doing that like next week or something, but it has been something I've been thinking about lately as well. I mean, it's not like a job either. It's not like a job where, you're working a set amount of hours and you're getting paid a certain amount of, hours, and, if the pay is good, you want to keep at the job. It's not, streaming is not one of those things for me. It's just a hobby that, has been great to, get a little bit of extra money coming in, every month and stuff. So it's not a case of not being grateful for that, but it's not like I'm working to an hourly rate or something. It's not like Twitch themselves are saying, right, you streamed for 5 hours yesterday, so we'll pay you X amount of dollars, for that amount of hours kind of thing. It's not something along those lines. Well, that's fair, just to spice things up and take time to relax. Exactly. I think it's good to do that as well. But I feel too like, as much as I don't mind replaying Assassin's Creed games and I can still make them feel fresh for me, I just feel that in some ways they're holding me back as a streamer as well. I don't know, it's kind of weird. But my feelings towards things like that changes from week to week, month to month, so I might feel differently about it in a few months' time.
There was a ship came home again. Tommy's on the topsail yard. And what do you think?
Well, trust me, dude, you fully understand that. You honestly started getting burned out thinking about the subs you were getting. It was nice not thinking about it for a while. Yeah, and getting burned out about anything can be very, very frustrating, because things that you enjoyed in the way that you used to enjoy them can get to a point where you just don't feel that anymore, where it almost feels like you're just doing it for the sake of routine, or it's expected of you, or anything like that. That's why I'm very fortunate that I wasn't a streamer straight away who said, I'm just going to stream this game and this game only, and there's nothing wrong with that, because obviously there's people who stream just one game, whatever the game might be. That's the game that they stream. Or they're one type of streamer. Like, you get people who are just speedrunners. Like, they don't stream games casually, they just speedrun all the time. you know. But I've always been a streamer who's done different types of games as well. And once I've finished one, jump to another one and all that kind of stuff. And then eventually I decided to put like Assassin's Creed and Tomb Raider as locked in franchises that are always on the channel, all year round, and that kind of stuff. So I went to that as well. I used to even there was one point where I was doing two different games in one day. Like I would stream a few hours of one game, and then I'd end that stream, and then I'd switch to another one. So there's a few things that I've experimented with over the years and stuff like that, to try and figure out, what's the best thing for the channel. But it's also for me as a streamer as well. And it's good to have other franchises that I'm a fan of, so I can just spread out my fandom against so much stuff, and do a couple of days of Assassin's Creed and a day of Tomb Raider, a day of this game, a day of that game, and all that kind of stuff. But I'm getting to the point now where it's like, yeah, I don't have to. So some music's about to kick in now. Just want to finish off my thought, but I don't have to have certain franchises locked in as all year round as well. So it's kind of like I don't need it to be like this, so I can change it. And it's always been like that. It's just that I've been, fine until a certain point with doing that. But now I think, do I really need to do this? Like, is this something that I really, really need to do? So we'll just see how things go. Because as I said, I could change my mind. That's why I don't like to lock things in until I know 100% that that's the way I want to go. Because last year I was, saying things like, oh, I probably won't stream anymore after 2022's finished. But here I am in 2023 still streaming, but a different name for the channel and all that kind of stuff. So you just don't know until I actually get to the point where I'm like, yeah, I feel like 100% doing this. Hey there, Rosie. You thought they were more like your obsessions, not so much a tactical pick. Well, it's been a bit of a combination because I'm always sort of like thinking, what game do I want to stream now? And try and fit them in on a schedule and figure out, which game do I want to do first and jump around and all that kind of stuff. But because I'm a big fan of Assassin's Creed, I just wanted to have like a constant presence on the channel of Assassin's Creed every week. But now I'm starting to get to the point where I don't feel like I have to do that anymore, and I don't feel like I have to do 7 days a week streaming anymore. So depending on how I feel about that as the months go on, I won't actually make a full decision or anything like that, but that's just where my mind is at the moment as a streamer, is reducing the stream days from 7 days a week to something different, and not having regularly scheduled Assassin's Creed streams and Tomb Raider streams every week. Go back to what I used to do when I first started streaming, which was just basically, here's one game, play it, finish it. Next game, play it, finish it. Next game, play it, finish it. So we'll just have to see how things go. But that's just what I'm sort of thinking at the moment. Rosie, looking forward to the variety then. Yeah. And I don't know, like if I was to actually change what days I stream, I still don't know exactly what that would be though. Like which days I'd take off and stuff like that. All right, so I think the music that we got, I think that's as much as there is. Like I mean, when you get the ship down to a certain amount of health, the music switches. Yeah, Ember, my priority is the music. As long as I get the music, then that's fine. But I also want to try and get the music for when you're successful as well. So we'll just see how we go. Alright, so there's no victory music. But there we go, we got the music for the legendary ship battle at all stages. The initial stage, then when we do a certain amount of damage to it, and then when we get it almost destroyed. Ember, at first you thought this music was the one for tailing missions near the end of the game, but now it seems different. Yeah, sometimes there might be like a slight variation on the music from one like context to another as well. Alrighty then, so with that done, it means that the only thing that I need to do for the main game, for the music, is to finish the main game. So I want to go and just get ammo refilled and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we have 3 sequences left in the main story.
Please tell me, what is this sailboat's name?
The sailboat Malaki.
Tell me now, what is...
Harbinger, thank you so much for contributing more points to the AC Brotherhood 100%. Thank you very much for that. May should have waited until the goal was at 98,000 so that you bring it to 100%. That's definitely fine. Thank you so much for contributing those points. Yes, definitely something that I'm going to be doing when the music phase, when the phase 2 music only playthrough of this game's done. It'd be good because I haven't actually done that game to that extent for years. Waffle, thank you so much for contributing points to the AC Brotherhood 100% completion challenge. Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, yeah, very, very close to the target goal. That's awesome. The only thing I won't do is related to the time trials and the kill streak challenges that you can do in the Animus. That's the only thing I won't do, but everything else I'll do. And but when you added the points, you thought that was it because in your mind you were adding 10,000 points. Oh, really, Amber? Yeah. Yeah, the limit is that they let you do is 2,000. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's the limit. I asked you to follow my instructions to the letter, Captain. I didn't give you leave to question why. I can't really do his voice, but. And if that does not happen, we part as enemies. Do you understand? I love that they didn't see their flag being thrown over the side. Like, no one was looking, like there was no sound of it. Surely something that big would make a sound as it's flying through the air, you know what I mean? It's not like they threw a feather. He's not whinging. He's ecstatic. I just saw you added Stray to Monday. It's always good to have more cat overlords. Tuesday could be used for a game that has a trilogy. Hint, hint. Yeah, I don't know what Tuesday will be. There's multiple factors that determine what that will be. Just have to wait and see. A game that has a trilogy. Hint, hint. I guess you could take any franchise that has more than 3 entries and isolate the first 3 from the rest and call it a trilogy. Or you could take 3 separate games, but they're in the same franchise and they're all thematically linked to one another. I see now what trilogy you're hinting at, Mass Effect. Yeah, it's one of those things where whatever's on Tuesday will just be for that Tuesday. We've heard this music at the end here. I love that bit of music on the escape part. That was so cool. There's also a reference to Secret of Monkey Island where Bartholomew Roberts says there's nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face, which is something that LeChuck says in Secret of Monkey Island. Harbinger, you hate this bonus subjective. Granted, you have played Black Flag only twice, was always failing at performing a rope assassination. Dude, sometimes it feels like it's just, RNG as for that actually working or not. Because there's been moments, I swear, where I've swung on it normally, the same time every time, but sometimes Edward won't actually do the full swing, just a half swing for some reason. But yeah, that one can be difficult if you're going for it. Do you still remember the rage 10 years later? It's just some games where it's very hard to disassociate from however long ago it was that it was annoying and stuff. Then you get those games where you might not have played it for years, and then when you do replay it, you get to a certain point in the game where you're like, oh shit, that's right, I remember this part, I really hated this part or whatnot. A merry life and a short one. That is his motto. My motto is, well, my gaming motto is 99% of my successes is luck and 1% skill. So if you ever see me do something seemingly perfectly, it's not something that happens every time all the time. If you do, it's only because 99% of luck was going towards me in that time, and only 1% of why I succeeded at something was due to my own skill. Hey, Hypnotic Phantom, come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me, lads. So many great sea shanties. There's 34 in total, and there was only one that I couldn't get to actually trigger, which was so annoying. Thank you so much, Haywas, for contributing the points to the AC Brotherhood 100% challenge. Thank you so much. one of my favourite lines from Edward is in this conversation here. I can't do it as good as Matt Ryan is, but I'll do my impression of what he says. You throw in with the very kind we once hated. Not as good as Matt Ryan does, but that's my favourite line, or one of my favourite Edward quotes in this game. Yeah, that's okay, Hypnotic, about the music thing, yeah. You like how you have to dodge debris during the ship battles, nice touch. Yeah. Yeah, all that little stuff that they do, to create all that. So much work is put into it to create like the full picture of everything. There we go. Benjamin Hornigold is now dead. Good riddance. I mean, yeah, I understand that he wanted a structure with Nassau. That's definitely, no problem at all. But to basically, betray the ones that you called friends and side with the ones that, in other ways were, basically oppressing you, that's something different. But that's the thing, right, about anything, like in a perfect world, there would be no contradictory statements in anything, but that's not how things work, like there's so much stuff that comes down to, so many different things like perspective and stuff like that, but also things like, for example, is someone who kills innocent people okay because they like the same food that you do? No, of course not, So to say that you don't like someone who kills innocent people, but you still like the food that they like, that doesn't make you a hypocrite. It just means that that element is irrelevant as to whether or not that person is a killer or not. What's relevant is the fact that they are a killer of innocent people, But there's so many different examples you can use as well with that kind of stuff. But even if he wanted a structure, he betrayed everyone on Nassau. He didn't go to the government on behalf of people from Nassau. Thach Vane and all the representatives did not send him as an emissary. Yeah, I mean, he sort of like just basically put himself into that position on his own. He's just like, yeah, I'll be the one that is the face for all of us. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like with dictators and stuff, how it's like, or people who believe that they're above everyone else and that everyone else is going to agree with them anyway just because they're, high and mighty. The idea of just being like, yeah, I represent all of them, everyone, which is not, true. He doesn't represent all of them. I mean, number one, you've got Mary Read, who is an assassin, of course. But even though Mary Read is an assassin, she still lives the pirate lifestyle, but just in a different way to Edward as well. But you have all these other characters, these different characters with different personality types that are very different to Benjamin Hornigold's. But for him to put himself above all the others and say, hey, I'll take care of this, I'll be the one that, liaises with them. And so he didn't feel bad killing him. So basically just gave the government a free excuse to kill people from Nassau. Yeah, well, that's it, And there's the thing too, like, just because someone might be right about something doesn't mean that all things that they do that are terrible are forgiven or should be forgiven, So it's one thing to want the best for something. So obviously Benjamin wanted the best for Nassau. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, what do you do in order to fix that problem? And who do you betray to do that? And there's so many different contexts in which that can happen. Like in real life with people who are working at a job, there might be someone who's worked at the job for 5 years, but someone who's worked there for 6 months is able to sort of like step on the toes of everyone else in order to get ahead and get ahead of where they should be at that point. And whether or not that is a good thing depends on the person, because someone might look at that and go, well, if the other people didn't want to step up and this person stepped up, then it's the fault of the people who didn't step up, you know. And that's a fair and valid sort of thing as well. But then there's so many different, you know, circumstances and variables and motivations and, you know, reasoning and, you know, all this kind of stuff. But when stories deal with that kind of thing, it's interesting because you take something that is considered to be one thing or the other, but then you show that that one thing has elements of the other and vice versa. And but yep, it wasn't his place to make that decision for everyone. If it was, he would be chosen as an emissary. He went and backstabbed everyone and then made everyone subject to an impossible choice. That's it, you know. And that's why, as a character, Benjamin Hornigold is very fitting to become a Templar out of all the characters that are in Nassau. Okay, what was I going to do? I've got smoke bombs enough. Got everything like that sorted. All right. Harbinger, you were hugely disappointed by that reshade mod for RE2 Remake. It's only available for DX11 versions of the game, which will stop being supported soon. You're using DX12. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like when something gets implemented, but it gets implemented in a way where the most recent thing will be the only thing that it will actually work with, not the thing that was before it. I wonder though if they'll update it though. Something else too, like if you look at certain things in fiction, when you think about characters and stuff like that, if you look at video games, you've got the Grand Theft Auto series and Red Dead Redemption as well. There's other examples that you could use, but I'm more familiar with those two than I am with maybe some other ones. But in those stories, in those games, you have the idea that the character that you're playing as, if you were to look at them outside of the context of the story that they're in, you would, unless you yourself have inclinations for that, you yourself would not see those main characters as role models or people to look up to or inspirational figures. You know, the traits that they have, you know, while not inherently means that they're bad, but there's certain traits that, you know, have that sort of like aspect to them. But the reason why when we're playing, you know, those games that we actually side with them is because there's some other thing that they're up against that balances things out. So in Red Dead Redemption, you've got the fact that the outlaws that you're playing as, like, they're bad people. Maybe not all of them, and maybe not all of them completely, but the reason why we side with them is because they're fighting against something that's trying to oppress them, you know. And it's the same with movies like Goodfellas and stuff, where it's like the storytelling is trying to get you on the side of the person. Sometimes that gets subverted where it's like, hey, we want you to be on the side of this person to lull them into it and then basically do like a twist thing, you know. I mean, maybe Goodfellas is not a great example because the idea behind that movie is really to deter people from going down that path, you know, basically saying, hey, this is one side of it. Oh, look at all the money you can get. Look at the fame. Look at all this. But here's the other side of it. And if you want to have that side, you need to accept that this other side's going to be of it as well, you know, and that's the risk and the gamble that we see the people in the Goodfellas movie take. But yeah, it's like anti-heroes and all that kind of stuff. there's some other entity that gets pitted against that person that we ourselves can look at and say, yeah, like if it's someone corrupt and we see a story about that corrupt person being challenged by someone who may be a criminal, but we side with them because we want to see them overcome the other entity that we feel is, worse, or that we are sort of like wanting to see get their comeuppance kind of stuff. However, all the Resident Evil games since Resident Evil 7 have the same bleached out engine, was hoping to change it a bit. Yeah, they definitely do. There's also some, I don't know the technical term for it, but there's some really weird graphical stuff that happens with some of the textures on things. It's almost like there's some lighting glitch mixed in with a texture glitch or something. I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to explain. I'd probably have to point it out if I was playing the game, but there's just something about the RE engine that looks weird. That's pretty bullshit, sneaking up on them, but they instantly know you're there. It's like, yeah, sure, whatever. the people who were on Bartholomew Roberts' ship and are still on there are the lucky ones. What a glitch that is. He managed to pull off those shots with his back to the targets. So I was saying in yesterday's stream that all these blood vials that they have here, in terms of the current Templars of this time period, it's useless to them because they don't yet have the technology to actually analyze that blood and use it in a different way. So the way that the blood vials work in this game and in this time period is the actual blood of the person inside the vial. It allows the person who puts their blood into the crystal skull and then into the device, it allows them to be able to see and hear what that person is actually experiencing in real time. So these vials here would be useless to the Templars of Edward Kenway's time period because they don't have the technology yet to actually use the blood vials in a different way. If they were to use it, because these people who died and whose blood are in these vials are now dead, you wouldn't be seeing or hearing anything from them. However, in present day, if the Templars were to get their hands on all these blood vials, they'd be able to actually analyze the DNA in the blood and recreate the memories of those people. So that's why the present day Templars, when they find out about the observatory and all this kind of thing would very much interest them even in present day. Yeah, Ember, yeah. So, because they're long dead, the Templars of this time period, if they were to put their blood into this device, they wouldn't see anything because that person is long dead. It only works that way for people who are still alive to actually see what they're seeing and hear what they're hearing. But yeah, the present day Templars, however, they'd be able to take those blood vials and actually put them into the Animus and recreate the memories of those people. By the time Edward comes back to this place, though, those blood vials are gone. So the present day Templars would only know that they were there at the observatory, but they're not there anymore. So they would probably look to find where they were taken to as well. But the thing is, I assume that Bartholomew Roberts actually took that because he knows that even if Edward, like, he knows that if Edward survives, that Edward would be able to tell the Templars where to go. So after he betrays Edward and he basically turns him in so he could be put into prison, Bartholomew Roberts would get all these blood vials out and take it to a certain location. When we kill Bartholomew Roberts, he tells Edward to burn his body and destroy it, because he knows that the Templars... Well, he doesn't know that the Templars in the future from this time period will actually be able to use it in that way. He just doesn't want the Templars to have his body in their possession, because for all he knows, if they had his dead body in their possession, they could keep his dead body and harvest it for whatever the purposes they wanted to, and all that kind of stuff. But he would have got rid of all these blood vials after this event to make sure that the Templars wouldn't know where they are. And therefore the Templars in present day wouldn't know where they are, because they're using these memories as a way to figure out that stuff. And because Edward doesn't come across them. At least he doesn't come across them in this game. Who knows what they're planning to do with the character and all that in the comic book that they're doing and all that kind of stuff. But the blood vials are gone from here by the time Edward returns, but who knows where they actually ended up. There's no stumbling into true success. That's another one of those quotes from Mary that I really like. Hello there, Lucinda. Good morning to you as well. Welcome on in. How far are we into Black Flag today? So we're almost going to be finishing it. We're in memory sequence 11, I think, now. So yeah, it's been going good. Had some rage moments earlier because some music that plays when you explore was playing over the top of music when you're doing a harpooning mission, and I thought it was a glitch, and I closed the game down, which when you're streaming from the PlayStation automatically turns your stream off. And after turning the game off, the music that was interrupting the ship fights was fixed, but the music that interrupts the harpooning was still current. So it must be something with the PlayStation that does that. I don't remember the Xbox doing it. And then there was a sea shanty. There's 34 sea shanties and one sea shanty. and one sea shanty out of the 34 would not play. No matter how many songs I skipped to try and find it, it would not play. And after like trying for half an hour, I just gave up. So there's only one sea shanty that I didn't get to play on stream from start to finish. So I was very annoyed at that. But yeah, the thing with the audio glitch was just so annoying because it's like all I wanted was just the music that plays when you're doing harpooning missions, and yet the exploration music was still playing over the top of it. It's like, can't win. But yeah, apart from that, it's been going well though, Lucinda. It was great to listen to all the sea shanties and all that kind of stuff. So for the playthrough, all I've got left now is to finish off the main game story, and then I'll do the Freedom Cry DLC as well. So I'll be doing that DLC next weekend. I won't be doing it today though. That grin he gives. Very creepy. That's a great hint, game. Enemies become suspicious when they see a dead body. Why would they, though? Like, what's suspicious about just finding one of your colleagues dead on the ground when you saw them alive last time? I mean, what's that to be suspicious about? I can't keep my team locked up for a week. Legally, you can. It's what they sign up for, even if they didn't read their contracts. Yes, of course. I just hate the idea. So what's the next step? I'm sure there's other things that the employees of Astoria Entertainment do not know is in their contracts. And not just because they might not have read it all the way through. There's actually music that plays over this, but they must have tied that music in with the sound effects and or the dialogue volume and not the music volume for some reason. listen to weird why they pick and choose certain scenes to be like that. It really is. There's actually some examples too where even with the sound effects turned down, you can still hear certain sound effects, like when Edward jumps off the ship into the water, you still hear the as he goes down. Sometimes you can still hear like the gunfire of the cannons and stuff, even if you have the sound effects turned to zero. Then there's some games I've noticed where the dialogue will still be heard, even if you have the dialogue volume turned to zero, but it'll sound hollow. You can still hear what they're saying, but the actual sound their voice is making feels like a hollow version of their voice. I've noticed that sometimes happens too. She should be here, now, living in that goddamn head of yours. Fuck, 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 fuck. Why did she spare you? Why are you still here? That's my impression of John Standish when he's saying that stuff. I don't know why I'm going that way for. The game won't let us go that way. It's funny, this judge, how many times he says the word severally. The defendants lurked upon the high seas of Twitch, and did set upon their crews in corporeal fear of their lives. But Woods Rogers and Torres, you're actually wrong about that information. That's not his name. That's his name. You, Mary Read, and Anne Bonny are to go from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be severally hanged by the neck till you are severally dead, dead, dead. As dirty and daft a pirate as ever sailed the East West Indies. You're comfortable with these, I'm told. He sure is. Edward definitely can use 2 hidden blades. Hey there, Mr. Goethe. Alright, everyone, chill. Let's take a moment to cool off. You're not sending me back to the cooler. How's it going, dude? Thanks for redeeming that Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. That line where he says, "You haven't earned these, but they suit you." Well, he definitely does end up earning them. Mary would be proud of him. I didn't realize how many different songs there are. Some of these songs are in the game in other places, but not in this way. Like there's a couple there that were just instrumental on their own. There were some that were instrumental until the chorus and then went back and all that kind of stuff. And then there's some different music as well. So that's why I'm stopping just to listen to it all as part of this playthrough. Hey there, Wandering Star. Welcome on in. I hope it's going good. Doing a music only playthrough with this game at the moment. So I've got the sound effects and the dialogue volume turned down to zero, so the music can be uninterrupted by anything that might cover up certain little tiny bits of music and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know how many songs we'll actually hear in this part, but I want to cover it as much as possible. All right, they're going back to the ones we've already heard now. I'll be finishing the main game, Harbinger, and then next weekend I'll be doing the DLC, Freedom Cry, giving it the same treatment as this, with music only. Alright, need to put my controller on charge. Alright. Thank you so much, Senny, for leaving the lurk. It's going good. Yeah, it's going really well. There were some variations of songs in the dream sequence part that I wasn't aware of, so it was good to catch that. And before you exit the area with Mary, there's that bit of music too that plays. So it's interesting what you sort of start to recognize when you're doing music only. You're like, hang on, I didn't realize that music is that way necessarily. It's funny. Some of the sound effects are still tied, are tied to the music track.
Farewell and adieu to you, Spanish ladies.
Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way.
Oh, and Nancy Dawson, hey ho!
As I rolled out one morning, away you run a bowler. As I rolled out one morning, I met a lady fair. Timmy, hey, ring-a-jig-a-jig-a, ha-ha. Good morning, ladies all. Away you run a bowler.
Rogerio Ferraro. Alright, I don't know how many songs we heard, but we're now up to a part that I've already heard before. That was so funny how you had the people playing the instruments, and then when I jumped up on this, instead of it interrupting the song, it just made them drop what they had, and then they spawned in another one. And so there was a whole line of violins and whatever lying on the ground, just their reactions. But it's now looped around to something that we've heard before, so I'll continue on now. Forgive the lateness of my arrival. I was running around and dancing like an idiot. Yeah, exactly, Lucinda. Been playing the violins with the feet the whole time. Edward's very talented. Stanley, thank you so much for contributing more points to the community challenge. And that has now reached 100%. So the points target has been reached. So when the playthrough of music only for this game is finished, then the game that will replace it will be Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I'll be doing all the memories to full synchronization, including the DLC memories, as well as getting all the landmarks bought, getting all the guild challenges done, getting all the treasure chests, getting all the flags, all the feathers, all the Romulus lairs, doing all that kind of stuff. So thank you so much to everyone who's contributed. Thank you so much for that. And for those who didn't contribute, definitely don't feel bad or like you've not done good or anything like that, because I didn't expect every single person to put points forward towards that, and that's cool and that's okay. But that's the playthrough I'll be doing. So when I finish the music only for this game, I'll be doing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, doing a full completion. The only thing I won't do is in the actual Animus, you can do like, I think it's time trials or some sort of like, running around getting through the course in a certain amount of time and all that kind of stuff. So I won't be doing that aspect, but everything else I'll be doing for Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Yeah, Lucinda, it's been a long time as well since I've actually done a playthrough of any Assassin's Creed game actually to that extent. Well, I mean, with the exception of Valhalla, but that was like over a year that I did all the content and stuff that was available for it at the time. But in terms of at least the games before Valhalla, this is the first time in a long time I've actually done like a really in-depth playthrough. So it'll be good to do that with Brotherhood. Yeah, Stanley, thank you so much for that. Rank 69,545. Interesting. I was in the 90,000s earlier. I don't know what it sort of like tracks to keep track of that. But I remember one time being curious about who had the top spots, and apparently they're bots. So I don't know if they're bots that are there for the game itself, or whether they're bots that someone set up to make sure that they're always got their name in the top. Not that I actually care in the sense of wanting to actually get down to like number one or something, but out of curiosity, found that out.
Soon we'll be whooping her out through the locks. Way, hey, roll and go, where the pretty young girls all come down in their frocks to be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away, way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Come breast the bars, bullies, heave her away. Way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be rolling her down through the bay to be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to be rollicking randy dandy, oh.
Yeah, that's right, Lucinda. Yeah, the inconsistent capitalization. I sort of wonder about that because they try to emulate the old school, old English way of speaking or that time period. Like, for example, when it talks about what sequence you did last and what happened in it, and it says words like, whereupon they entered, and um, after which he was weakened, and after which this, and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know why they do it like that. I mean, maybe back then they did that, but I'm not too sure. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome on in, dude. I hope you had a good rest. About fucking time. Jesus Christ. Fucking highlighting every fucking other enemy except him to do a fucking rope dart even though he was closer. Jesus fucking Christ. Hey there, Jonas. How's things going? Like, he was right there, and I used the rope dart, and then the dude further away from him got hooked by it. It's like, what? Oh, that's good to hear, Jonas. I'm glad that you're going not too badly. And my Sunday is good. In 15 minutes, it'll be over, and it'll be Monday. But it's going well. Getting closer and closer to finishing the main game of this playthrough. And then next weekend, I'll be doing the Freedom Cry DLC with only the music as well. Love that word. Manky. A manky looking thing. Alright, so I've already heard this music in the playthrough. So the term it blocked, Harbinger, wasn't sandwich, it was I'm going to kick it, is what it caught up on. Hey, what's going on? Jill, is that you? What happened? Barry, help me, please. The door won't open. Quick. Stay away from the door, Jill. I'm going to kick it down. Hurry, this way. Oh, Barry, that was too close. You are almost a Jill sandwich. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression. I have, Jonas, yeah. Yeah, I've played the original and the remake of Resident Evil 1. And yeah, there definitely is big ass spiders in that game, that's for sure. They can be annoying as well. Jonas, Jill sandwich has to be like one of the most iconic lines in the video game. Absolutely. In Dead Rising, there's actually a shop called Jill's Sandwiches. And there's also a shop called Chris's Fine Foods as well. Thanks, Jonas. Hey, could you imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger as Barry? I hope it's not Chris's blood. Chris is an old partner, you know. Motherfucker. Number one, when Edward actually fucking attacked him, I was pressing the button to reload, which is the triangle button, not the fucking square button which attacks. So I don't know why the fucking game thought I was doing that. So apparently pressing the reload button when you're close enough to him makes Edward try to attack him for some fucking stupid unknown bloody reason. Oh, I know the reason. Some programmer thought it'd be fucking funny. Whenever he pisses me off, that's when I do this other tactic, even if it might take a little bit of time. Motherfucking piece of shit fucking running up behind me, the fucking motherfucking piece of fucking shit prick. About fucking time, you piece of fucking shit ass. Fucking Scarface prick. Motherfucker. Haven't you found a Resident Evil coffee mug for €10? You think you're going to buy it? And then it's like, oh, there's a Resident Evil shirt, Resident Evil sunglasses, Resident Evil hat, Resident Evil scarf. But that's good if you can get things like that for a good price. Yeah, Lucinda, I love doing that. It's also good if you have like a challenge playthrough where you can't use pistols or something. Just get him up there and knock him off. Or if you're doing like a no upgrade thing where you can't use weapons other than your own thing. Or what the game gives you, I mean. Be right back. All right, so final memory of the main story.
Come, all you young sailormen, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys, when the wind blows. We're all together, boys, blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. Up jumps the ale with a slippery tail, climbs up aloft and reefs the topsail. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather.
G, where you can restrain yourself. You'll only buy the mug. Need something more customized for your morning coffee than a generic mug. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Plus, it's a bonus if you can get it of something that you're a fan of and that you really like. Yeah, Ember, it's definitely a bit of a risk as well. Because if it backfires, then they get it. Actually, no, Ember, that's a very good question. I mean, it's been years since I actually did a playthrough where I collected everything, and yeah, haven't haven't even looked it up since then. Ember, you're thinking of doing a 100% playthrough of Black Flag, but if you don't get anything, you don't see why you should collect the fragments. Yeah, it's definitely understandable, and getting all the Abstergo challenges done can be challenging because there's certain ones related to shared chest locations popping up, and you just don't know when it will. The only reason I was able to actually do a 100% playthrough one time was simply because I was doing a playthrough, and out of curiosity, I got to a certain point where I was like, I wonder what challenges I've unlocked. And then I saw that I'd actually unlocked some of those challenges which I couldn't get to activate years before that, no matter how long or how many times I tried. So after I found that out, I thought, well, I may as well make this playthrough a 100% one. And so I did and got all those challenges done, including those ones that I struggle with. But I don't know if I could emulate. That's why I haven't said that I'd do another one yet, because I really don't want to say I'm going to do one and then not be able to do it because I just don't know how to trigger it. And it's one of those things where when the game first came out, people would have been able to trigger it easily. But after a while, I guess they kind of stopped registering it or stopped worrying about it, at least in a major way. So I accidentally got those challenges done. The challenges I'm talking about, if you go into Abstergo challenges and simulation, is share 3 social chest locations, share 3 royal convoy locations, and share 3 white whale locations. The one that I couldn't get to activate, no matter how many times over years I tried, was share 3 social chest locations. And then in one playthrough, that just popped when I had a look, and I was like, "Oh, cool!" So that's the only one that you can have problems with trying. And but yeah, some features might not still be active. Exactly. And I don't know what I did to trigger it. I mean, people would post online about, oh, I found it here, and you'd go and look, and there was nothing. Not that they were lying or anything. It's just that by the time other people tried to look in that same spot, the game had spawned them somewhere else. And I think the spawning of it's just random. So you might just have to randomly come across the spot where it is without even realizing it. I wish I actually knew what popped it up because maybe it's not actually related to anything like that. Maybe it's related to some other sort of like factor. classic character gets stuck, even though you're holding down the buttons required. Emma, is it explained how this native knows about sage stuff? So at the start of the game, when Edward is actually first arriving there in the assassin stronghold, um, Mary Read takes Edward into the area where the sage's face is, and the guy asks if Edward would know how the sage what the sage would look like, but it doesn't actually tell you or show you, hey, Artabai sat down one day and saw someone who looked like someone, and then, it doesn't explain in that way how he knows about sage stuff. But I don't think it's really necessary, to be honest. Wakey, wakey. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Not in this era, anyway. Yeah, but that can be a bit creepy. Yeah, what he says. But yeah, even though he's in the body of a human, he still considers humans the other and fragile and weak. Therefore, the use of the word tender. Clear, clear. Check his vitals. He's bleeding fast. Yeah, Melanie, they're fine. They're okay. All right, usually this has music. So, like the other video we saw, this must be like just a video file that isn't tied at all to any of the volumes in the options for the game. Well, at least not tied to the music track. I don't know, it's very weird sometimes how they figure these things out, but yeah. Return to your animus. So there's no real need to hang back and listen to the dialogue from Sean and Bex. Not for this phase, anyway. Oh my god, seriously? Okay, so they tied her song to the dialogue track. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Hang on, I need to go in the options. I didn't realize that they would tie her voice to the dialogue audio. So just for this, because it's a great song, and part of why it's great too is because of the singing. So just for this, I'll put the sound back on, but when it gets to a point where it's just music again without singing, I'll change it. Yeah, Amber, I was seeing the same thing. Like, I get it why they would, but you'd think they would choose to still keep it on the same as the music.
Gentlemen, how do you find it here?
It will work for us, but our goal must be to scatter our operations, to live and work among the people we protect, just as Altair ibn La'ad once counseled.
Well, until that time, it's yours as you see fit.
Edward, Captain Woods Rogers survived his wounds. He has since returned to England, shamed and in great debt, but no less a threat.
I will finish that job when I return. You have my word.
What's it here for me, I says. Bah, bloody tossboss have it coming.
Evening, Anne.
Edward?
I'll be sailing for London in the next few months. I'd be a hopeful man if you were beside me.
England's the wrong way around the globe for an Irish woman.
Will you stay with the assassins?
No, I haven't got that kind of conviction in my heart. You?
In time, aye. When my mind is settled and my blood is cooled.
Sail ho! Coming into the cove!
You're a good man, Edward. And if you learn to keep settled in one place for more than a week, you'll make a fine father too. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company. And all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall. So fell to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, all the comrades that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away, and all I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. Good night and joy be with you all.
There we go. That's better. Actually hearing it with the dialogue, the singing. All the other songs in the game that have singing in them, they're all tied to the music volume. But for that song, for some reason, they put her voice on the voice volume. So I'll turn that down now and then just let the music play. Hey there, Ronnie. Welcome on in, dude. Thank you for the GGs, Lucinda and Ronnie as well. Thank you so much. And actually kind of works out that we have voice for this part. We can hear Jenny talk too. Yeah, I want to stop it though before that happens because I just wanted to get the singing as part of the song. Just wanted to make an exception for that because of that Lucius theme with Tears Down My Eyes. It is a great piece of music and the lyrics and the singing as well. Ronnie, is that your first time completing this game? Yeah, I went into a time machine, went back to 2016, stopped myself from playing the game for the first time, and then stopped myself from playing it in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 2022, and this year, and came back to this time period and made sure that this was my first ever playthrough. The Jackdaw is a ship, Jenny, not a boat. But did you always know? After you left Mother? She said you left her. She said you always talked about sailing a boat and making money in the New World. Not me. Mother said you didn't know about me. She said you wrote only once a year and that she never knew where to find you. Well, you were busy. That's what I think. Good night, dear. You're both. I mean ship, obviously. I don't see the difference. Anyway.
Well then, precious, everything is a ship large and small, but for my toy boat, the one I take into the bath with me.
No, she passed some years ago. I miss her, but it's all right. I don't know. I don't think so. She was very happy for quite some time, then not so happy. I didn't see her much after that. Then she was gone.
It's all right. You're here now, and we're on an adventure. Yeah, little Nicky.
Earth? I've never been to Earth. I've never even slept over at some other dude's house. I got hit in the face with a shovel.
Yeah, listen to some free impressions. Thanks for your patience, Ryu, for waiting for the Arnie redemption. Thank you so much for redeeming it. Nicholas, I'm sorry to hear that you were treated so badly by your brothers.
It's all right. I'm okay now. Plus, Popeye's chicken is fucking awesome.
Thanks for redeeming that, Ryu. I appreciate it. So that's the main game done for the Phase 2 music only. I'm also doing the Freedom Cry DLC as well as part of this playthrough, but I won't be starting that until next weekend. Oh, thanks, Lucinda. Yeah, it's sort of funny. Like, there's been like movies in the past from him where I've tried to do his impression of him, but the only one that seemed to works for me is when I do the Little Nicky one. And it's sort of like you got to try and move your mouth a certain way and try to talk out the side of your mouth. Sort of like talking like this. If I was to talk like this without doing the actual impression, this is what I would sound with my normal voice doing it like this. Hello there, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. How you going today? You know, but yeah, for some reason I can only do Adam Sandler's voice when I do the
Popeye's chicken is fucking awesome. Hit the fucking ball, come on.
Hey there, Crockett. How's it going? Listen, you saw that movie a long time ago once. Yeah, I remember when I first saw it, I rented it and was watching it at home. And it was around that time I was into that band called POD because they had a song on that soundtrack, School of Hard Knocks. And also one of my favorite Foo Fighters song, Everlong, was on that movie soundtrack as well. But yeah, it's I like it. I wouldn't say it's better than Happy Gilmore. I think for me, Happy Gilmore is his sort of like very hard to sort of beat movie. You going good, Crockett? Hope you're going well today. Excellent. That's great to hear, Crockett. And I'm doing really well. Just about to wrap the stream up and the playthrough. Well, sorry, not the playthrough. What am I saying? Almost time to wrap the stream up. I mean, I finished the main game, but I'm going to be doing the Freedom Cry DLC as well with just the music. So next weekend, on the 24th of June, if you see me streaming this game again, but it's not the DLC, most likely, well, not most likely, 100% likely, it will be me resuming my other playthrough that I've got. So I've got another playthrough of Black Flag that has a different title. It doesn't have phase in the stream title. So next Saturday, when you see me streaming, if you see the words unique playthrough in the actual stream title, then you know it's actually that playthrough and not phase 2, if that makes sense. But I'll put phase 2 in the title of the Freedom Cry stream as well. So on the 24th of June, it will have been 3 weeks since a character in the story on that playthrough told Edward to meet them in a few weeks' time. So I took a few to mean 3 in that case. And so I've literally waited the same amount of real time before continuing the story. So this coming Saturday, the 24th of June, I'll be continuing that playthrough where I left off. And then when I get to the next part in the game's story where another character tells Edward to meet them in a certain amount of time, that's when I'll stop that stream. So there'll be 2 Assassin's Creed Black Flag streams on Saturday, which will be continuing the unique playthrough. I'll do that first, just so that it's done. And then once that stream is over, I'll end the stream, obviously, because I want to keep the VOD separate. After I end that stream, I'll start another stream up of Freedom Cry DLC to do the music only as well. So yeah, next Saturday, it'll be Assassin's Creed Black Flag, continuing the unique playthrough. And then on that same day, I'll be jumping into the Freedom Cry DLC to continue this music-only playthrough as well. Most likely next Sunday, depending. So if I finish Freedom Cry on Saturday next weekend, then that means Sunday would probably be Assassin's Creed Brotherhood as well. But I'll update the schedule based on that because Assassin's Creed Brotherhood was the game that will be replacing Black Flag's music-only playthrough. And I just recently reached the points target to be able to do a 100% completion playthrough. So I'll be doing the main memories, I'll be doing the DLC content, I'll be doing all the optional objectives, I'll be doing all the memories like Christina memories, as well as Copernico memories, as well as collecting all the treasures, getting all the flags, getting all the feathers and flags, and getting the guild challenges done, the Assassin Guild ones, the Mercenary Guild, the Thieves Guild, and the Courtesans Guild. So I'll be doing all that. I'll be doing all their missions. I'll be buying all the landmarks. I'll be, doing all that stuff for Brotherhood. But this is where I'm going to call it a stream for Assassin's Creed Black Flag music-only playthrough. The next stream you'll see from me will be Stray. And if you see me playing that game, then you know it's become Monday. I don't yet know what the Tuesday stream will be. It could either be another Stray stream, or it could also be Call of Cthulhu. But I just don't know yet. But I'll update the schedule as well as the About Me on my channel page. Because I always update the About Me to reflect which games are actually currently being played. That and also the message that appears in stream automatically, plus the command for schedule as well. So I'll update all of that as well. And I'm really looking forward to playing Stray. Before it came out and I saw the trailers for it, I thought it was a really kind of cool idea to have the protagonist be a cat that you play as. Now, it's not the first game in the world, obviously, to have you play as an animal, as the main character. I mean, you got games like The Lion King on the Super Nintendo, and you've even got like Echo the Dolphin and all that kind of stuff. But I thought it was really cool to play as a cat, and the fact that you've got like, jumping around and all that kind of stuff. And cats are an animal that really fit the idea of, running really fast and jumping on things and all that kind of stuff. And then I saw Maxi play through it. And then I also saw Lucinda play through it, and I was definitely sold on all that. So it'll be good to play that and experience it from start to finish myself. That'll be cool. I've seen the ending and all that before, so I kind of know what the ending is, but I don't know every single step that happened to get to that ending and all that kind of stuff. But I'm still very much looking forward to it. So if you see me streaming Stray, then you know it's become Monday. Just want to thank everyone for watching this stream. That's okay, Ronnie. Absolutely no worries at all for the stream. Yeah, Lucinda, it's going to be cool to jump to that and play that. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait. Hey, there's Zereth. Welcome on in. Yeet. Meow. Kroget, that's a fun one. Yeah, it looks really fun, and I like the world that they created for it and the concept as well. I think that was pretty cool. Zereth, your pain meds got delivered to the right place this time. Well, that's good. Absolutely, Zereth. I'm glad that that happened. Because when that kind of stuff doesn't happen, it could be very, very frustrating on top of everything else. So I'm glad that they actually got delivered to the right place this time. Absolutely, Ryu, definitely. See you next time as well. Before I go, just want to give some shout-outs. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda, Dr. Ronnie, Mr. Gote, and Crocodiles. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Mondays and Tuesdays. She'll also be doing the other main entries in the series as well. So the next one will be Revelations. Is also doing a playthrough of The Evil Within, and also has a playthrough temporarily on hold of A Plague Tale Requiem. Also a big fan of the Resident Evil series, and also a fan of stealth games like the Dishonored series. Dr. Ronnie has been playing through Watch Dogs 1. It's his first playthrough of that game. He's also a big fan of games like Assassin's Creed as well as Red Dead Redemption. He actually wears a cap when he's playing, or a hat of any different description. Depending on what game he's playing, he changes that up a bit. Mr. Goatee's been playing some Hunt Showdown. He's also a fan of horror games like Until Dawn and other games by Supermassive, like Until Dawn, such as the Dark Pictures games, as well as The Quarry, also the Outlast games. Also a fan of Ghost Recon and Assassin's Creed as well. And Crocodiles is a massive fan of Assassin's Creed. He's playing Assassin's Creed Origins at the moment, doing a stealth challenge. He's going to be doing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That's a maybe at this stage playthrough. So he might be doing Assassin's Creed Valhalla as part of that and doing a stealth challenge on top with that game. He's also recently played through Hitman 2016 and played through that game most recently. So yeah, highly recommend checking out Crocodile's channel as well. They're all great streamers. They have great communities and have a great vibe, and they're also really good with chat as well. So highly recommend. And Lucinda, that's absolutely no worries at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you one. Oh, and Take the Waffle. I'd like to recommend him as well. I just remembered he's had a hiatus from streaming for a couple of years, but he's just recently gotten back into it. So if you're looking for a streamer who is very good with chat, has a great atmosphere as well over on their channel, highly recommend checking out Take the Waffle as well. He's playing through American Truck Simulator. Great streamer, great person, so highly recommend, as are all the streamers as well. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good one. Thank you so much for watching, and catch you next time. If anyone would like to come along with a raid, I'm actually going to raid a 24 hours, 7-day a week channel that shows gameplay of various games. They're currently showing someone's playthrough of The Witcher 1. So if you've never seen The Witcher 1 before and you've played through Witcher 3, they're doing that on the Legacy Shack. So I'll just kick that off. Oh, invalid username. That's because I didn't spell it right. And also set up the raid. So there's no commentary over on that channel as well. So if you're looking for a channel that has, commentary, unfortunately that's not the type of content that they have on there. But if you're looking for something to just put on in the background and chill out with, they've got no commentary as well. So if you're into that style of stream and playthrough, then highly recommend checking out the Legacy Shack. And you can also check, I can't remember what the command is in their channel, but you can actually find out what games they actually have in their list. And I do believe that they do look for other people's playthroughs as well. But I think obviously you need to check out what their kind of like submission rules are and that kind of stuff as well. But we'll go and raid the Legacy Shack. They're not actually a channel that responds to chat or anything like that, so I won't worry about doing like a raid message. But I mean, hey, feel free to do if you want to. But we'll give that channel a raid. The Witcher's a pretty, I don't know, like, it's one of those games that I'm glad they're remaking it, so it'd be good to see what the remake comes up with. Zereth, that channel, you do watch that sometimes? Oh, nice. So that's cool. Yeah, sometimes I do that too as well, like, just want to have something on in the background that I don't need to actually really concentrate on, and things like that. Thanks for watching, everyone. Until next time.